How's it going, guys? Hope you all are doing great. This is Vlog coming to you live, and welcome back on the continuation on Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 86, all the way to chapter 100. All the way to chapter 100. Towards the ending of the previous reading, the cursed grade or special grade were fighting Gojo, and he was whooping their ass, and we ended the chapter on episode 80, chapter 85. Now let's continue on where we left off. All right. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 86, Shibuya incident. And the number is in Roman numeral. Mei Mei, a first grade shaman, can share her eyes with animals, only has eyes for money. Mei Mei, first grade shaman, can share her eyes with animals, only has eyes for money. So let's continue. What lies before the scouting crows? And Mei Mei is using this crow to survey the area because she can connect with their vision. Twitch, what's she doing? We are in a hurry, Itadori says. Shh! My dear sister is sharing her vision with the crows right now. She has to concentrate on this. Be quiet! I don't really mind. You can talk. So she says, oh dear, sister, you. Yep, I more or less get it now. Itadori-kan, would you prefer to kill a bunch of weak, mutated humans? Or accesses a single strong cursed spirit? She asked Itadori. Well, I bet you will pick the second one. The mutated humans are wandering about and attacking the civilians in B4F. Curtain that imprisons civilians. I think most of the civilians are on Fokotoshin line platform in B5F. Curtain that shamans can't enter. You think? Itadori asked. And Mimi continues to say, the crows I use get cloaked in cursed energy. After all, I couldn't see inside of B5F myself. Mutated humans? I guess the civilians ended up having no choice but to run away to lower floors since they were being chased. And this shows where the mutated cursed energies are, and then the B5, the civilians are in the B5 below the mutated humans. And my crows were hunted down between B1F and B2F. Okay? The cursed user or cursed spirit that cast the curtains must be there. Perhaps they are there so they can eliminate the civilians escaping back up. Mr. Smokey is saying that he can't hear that well. Can you hear me now, Mr. Smokey? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me now. Oh, you can't see that well. Well, Mr. Smokey, I have to put on the filter because of copyright issues. I believe I told you that. I believe I made that clear before. Because of copyright. So let me continue. Perhaps they are there so they can eliminate the civilians escaping back up. Or or it might be one of the conditions or the curtain, but it's hard to say why they are staying in place or what they are hiding in B5F. He's there, right? Itadori asked. Below here, that guy. And the dialogue zooms to Mahito. They are all evacuating properly. And Mimi continues to say, I couldn't say the crows were killed before I could find that guy with the patchwork face. Talking about Mahito now. But he must be considering that there are mutated humans. It might be a bad idea to split our forces, but if we hesitate too much, everyone in B4F could get killed. We will use the 7th entrance to go directly to B45 and rescue the civilians. If things get rough, you run down there as well. But honestly, I hope that by the time you reunite with us, the curtains will be raised and civilians are rescued, and you have identified what the person in B5F wants. So Mimi and her brother is taking the other path, and Itadori will be going down to B5, and I believe that's where Mahito is. Okay, I believe that's where Mahito is. Let's continue. Don't worry, Mimi-san, Itadori says. I am not. And they show us the time, 21:03, Tokyo Metro Station, in front of Mijin Shirin, B2F. So Itadori says, I'm not gonna lose anymore. And we remember him saying that on the anime, that he's not gonna lose anymore. So he bumps into these cursed spirit or this wicked looking mutated human. This mutated human is literally eating, he bit off a civilian's head off clean. And he looks around and sees Itadori and he says, huh? The fuck you looking for? No, the fuck you looking at? And Itadori gets pissed. You are a a shaman, right? The creature asked. You're a shaman, right? I am smart. And Itadori says, I know there is a cursed spirit with a patch work face here. Where is he? Itadori is not even looking to fight this thing. He is more concerned. He is more concerned and focused on Mahito at this point. And he says, patch, and creature responds, patchwork? Patchwork? And Itadori continues to say, I mean a guy with stitches in his face. I am not dumb. I know that. I am smart, the creature says. Mahito is down. I am protecting the curtain here. Mahito, his name doesn't matter right now. And the dialogue shifts a little bit to uh, Gojo. Barrier techniques are hard after all. I can do both. I can do both though. There is a bunch of guys who can't do it, even though they are strong. And the dialogue shifts back to Itadori and this second grade or special grade spirit. This guy made a curtain, two of them. Strange. I am protecting the curtain here, not creating or lowering, protecting, he said. That thing is suspicious then. Well, I'ma break it. Mahito's Jujutsu is no good. Did you know when a human's shape is changed, it tastes worse? I am smart, so I can tell, this creature continues to say. And at that moment, Itadori attacks and kicks this mutated human so hard, kicks him so hard that he hit the wall, and Itadori continues to attack him, dashes towards him, punches him. Now he's fighting this mutated human. You damn bastards. Each and every one of you. Stop underestimating humans so much, Itadori says. Itadori said, you're not smart, are you? I doubt you can even tell. What kind of curse am I? Do you know? In this world, those who aren't smart are the first to die. And Itadori, you look just like one. You are a grasshopper curse, right? Itadori asked him. And Itadori said, this guy is smart? An amateur but evil cursed spirit. It's not about who's smarter. It must be exorcised and exterminated ASAP. And that brings us to the end of chapter 86. And it says below the chapter, next issue, the battle against the grasshopper cursed beings. How will Itadori handle this unknown enemy? Now let me update the chapter here. Now we go to chapter 87. Locust plague. A large, now they're defining, a locust plague, a large scale catastrophe characterized by the outbreak of grasshoppers. They eat not only crops, but also hair, clothing, shades, and anything made from plants. An adult grasshopper eats the equivalent of its own weight in a day, which means that a swarm of 1 ton of grasshoppers can consume enough food to feed 2,500 humans for one day, for a day. Their bizarre chewing Their bizarre chewing noises would reverberate through a through day and night, and what remains after the swamp leaves is a desolate land covered by black mucus secreted by the grasshoppers secreted, secreted by the grasshoppers, a sight far from peaceful. A catastrophe brought on by incense, locust plague. How will Itadori handle it? So you're saying that these grasshoppers or shoppers, that when they start eating, the damage that they do when they're done is very, very catastrophic. The people seeing this devil like the people seeing this devil like incense have feared it, hated it, and cursed it. And the mutated human attacks Itadori. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Jujutsu Kaisen, Chapter 87, Shibuya's Incident. Whoa, look at those incredible legs and that jaw, Itadori says, and since it can understand words, it must be a high level curse. And Itadori dashes towards it, swings at it. The grasshopper or cursed mutated human swings back at Itadori. Itadori dodges it. And at this point, they are duking it out. And Itadori gets hold of himself and says, it bites, has 4 arms that it can control freely, and it comes at me with no hesitation. He's only running. Which are you? It probably doesn't have any pretty tricks. Which what? Are you smart? The creature asked. Or not smart? And Itadori says, I am smart. People who are smart don't really go around saying that themselves. Is that so? The creature asked. Itadori goes again, swings at this creature, punches it one more time. This is a battle of 2 arms. And this creature and Itadori are fighting furiously. This is a battle of 2 arms. And the creature is using 4 arms to fight Itadori. Versus, man, it has turned into a ferocious battle at this point. The creature ain't backing down. My arms, jaw, and eyes are better than that of a human's. But then, why am I the only one getting hit? And they go at it again. Itadori at this time scoops down and hits this thing with an uppercut. But as expected, I am smart. Grasshopper lay eggs on the ground. For this reason, their abdomens are flexible, and the tip can be hardened and extended up to 3 times their normal length. And the grasshopper is now extending his tips to use it to attack Itadori. And he says, I won. And the tentacle or whatever he's using is so close to Itadori's face. And Itadori manages to smash it with his fist. He was able to move, evade it, and smash it, breaking the tip, it had a pretty trick, but you, 8 people, more than that, you better be ready. There was a gap between us that couldn't be closed by pretty tricks alone. And at the same time, we see, I believe, Sekono's finger. One of Sekono's finger or something. Oh, it's not Sekono's finger. It looks like some type of a wooden finger looking or a wooden hocus pocus equipment. And the dialogue goes back to Mimi. Dear sister, yeah, the curtain got raised. Let's head for B5F and wait for Itadori Khan, the brother says. And the dialogue shifts to Mahito at this point. The locust guy got done in. A strong shaman must have come. So 2114 Tokyo Metro Station in front of Maji Shirin B5F Fukatoshin line platform. That's where Mahito is at this point. Too bad. I wanted to fight too. But it can't be helped. And he continues to go his mission. He continues to walk away. Shibuya. I have work to do. The special grade curse ready for departure. And that brings us to the end of chapter 87. Let's go over to chapter 88. Huff Huff. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 88. Shibuya incident. And at this point, we see Eso's brother, the one that survived towards the ending of episode 24. A fight against high grades in the Shibuya platform. Gojo has already dealt with Hanami. 2 curses remain. Keep going. And at this point, the other cursed spirit is about to run away because he got his ass whooped so bad. And because he couldn't get rid of Gojo that easily, he throws a human civilian towards Gojo. And Gojo catches him, tries to help him up, giving the curse energy, the curse grade, the ability or the opportunity to attack Gojo. And he goes after Gojo to punch Gojo. And he's trying to work. Okay, he says, don't let Hanami's death be in vain. That hide among the humans, hit them with the extension, and then run. Choso, I will fucking kill you if you don't help. So at this point, Choso, if I say that, if I mispronounce that, Choso has arrived at this point, and this curse grade shouts at him, Choso, I will fucking kill you if you don't help. And Choso said, yeah. Oh man. And something started happening. I'm not sure if it is the curse grade or Choso at this point attacking the civilian. There's an arrow that went through a civilian that is standing beside Gojo. going towards Gojo at this point, and Gojo says, keeping their distance, huh? But that's the best they can do. The people who can't see curses are starting to avoid me. Once enough people scatter, I will be able to get I will be able to get volcano head. Okay, volcano head, yeah, okay. Undoing my technique like just now won't work either. It knows I am aiming for a close quarters brawl. If it manages to cooperate with the Kozuso and use a large scale technique over the crowd, things will be troublesome. I am sorry, not everyone will be saved. This is Gojo saying this. That he's sorry that not everybody will be saved, but I will definitely exercise it. The volcano head said, not yet. 20 minutes already passed a while ago. And Geto says, not yet. And the dialogue shifts to Geto. Gojo Sutaro is still doing just fine. You gotta get him more worked up. 21:15, Tokyo Metro Station in front of Meiji Shrine. B45. Bam! Incredible. So at this point, Mimi's brother and Itadori has met up. Incredible, Itadori-kan. I honestly thought you would have more trouble. And Itadori says, what? What is? You are good enough to be a first grade already. I haven't seen anyone get this far without using any techniques since Kusakabe. It wasn't the patchwork guy, though. It wouldn't have been so easy if it was. My sister is praising you. Just take the compliment. Thanks, it's an honor. And now I believe they are going down to B5. Hey, you! We are too late. Are you okay? What happened? So they found the civilian, and it seems the civilian's eyes looked traumatized. The civilian is in shock. Everyone, monster, they got on the train. He said it was ready full. It was already full, and the civilian that was traumatized starts to transform into a mutated human. Starts to transform. So wasn't needed. He was here. Shit. They got on the train. Gojo Sensei. And at this point, the dialogue goes to the train. Yeah, and the dialogue goes to Gojo and then swings back at the civilians because the train has stopped and there's a lot of civilians around here. And the volcano head says, he's here. It's a train. Get out of the way. I am getting in. Oh, move. And at this point, the civilians that are around the train, they start transforming into weird mutated creatures. They start to transform eating the other humans that haven't transformed. It is chaotic right now at this point. And this is all the courtesy of Mahito. Door, like out of inside, because he was inside the train, he jumps out. The air smells great here. It's full of fear. We should really leave a few humans alive. We could release them in a forest and hunt them on the weekends. This is Mahito saying this. This guy is twisted. Hanami's dead. Volcano says, Hanami's dead. I can just burn the whole forest down. Hanami will get mad at you. For real. Mahito, that hateful curse is here. How will Gojo handle this? That brings us to the end of chapter 88. Let's move forward to chapter 89. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 89, the Shibuya incident part 7. And at this point, human beings and mutated humans are now stuck together. And the mutated humans that have transformed into monsters are now eating, devouring the humans. And Gojo is standing in the middle of them. He says, have you guys gone crazy? Whistling down the number of humans. Is not your advantage. And Mahito uses his curse energy to start floating in the air. And Gojo looks at him. Before he could catch on what is going on, Mahito sucker punches him. And Mahito says, yeah, I really can't hit you. Oh, okay. He's about to sucker punch Gojo at this point. Right? And his face is so close to Gojo's face. And I believe Gojo missed. Gojo evaded his punches. And Mahito says, yeah, I really can't hit you. And Gojo says, patch face. He's the one Nanami and Yujo were talking about. So up until this point, Gojo haven't met Mahito face to face yet. This is the very first time Gojo is meeting Mahito. Actually, come to think about it, it's actually bizarre, right? Because you would think that these two have met before. But actually, this is their first time meeting. Because Gojo is saying this is the one Nanami and Yujo were talking about. And they exchange blows. And Mahito says, let me share one thing I find so disgusting about humans. There is so many of them. The atrium that the weeds closed off earlier is opening up. There have to be more curses or curse users upstairs. Are they planning to dump everybody in Shibuya down here? Excuse me. Blood manipulation. Convergence. Now this is Choso saying this. Blood manipulation convergence. And Mahito says, ideal transfiguration. Soul manipulacity. And the camera goes on Choso's face and Mahito's face. And look at what they say. Supernova body repel. Hey, And once they activated that curse energy technique, all the humans, the mutated humans, got obliterated. Literally, everyone but Gojo is being obliterated at this point. And Volcano Head, curse spirit, or special grade, decides to use um, that situation or the confusion to attack Gojo. He goes after Gojo. He misses, and Gojo grabs his arm and rips it off. Gojo grabs his Gojo grabs Volcano's arm and rips it off. Clean cut, without a shadow of a doubt. And the Volcano Head smiles that, and people are at this point panicking. The people that are still alive, including human beings and mutated humans that are still alive, they're panicking. They're like, what the hell is going on? And Mahito says Sutora Gojo is different from Yujo Itadori in that he is capable of being cold-hearted. He is willing to make certain sacrifice in order to exercise us. This is Mahito saying this, analyzing Gojo's behavior. However, now that the casualties are increasing and more lives humans are entering the fray, the limit of what he is willing to sacrifice is reaching its breaking point. So he's saying at this point Gojo is really not too concerned about human beings at this point, but to deal with these cursed spirits or special grades. And Volcano Head says, you have been put in a position where your only option is casting a domain. By using unlimited void, you could kill us curses along with every person here. You could save everyone outside of the domain, plus everyone not down here in the fifth floor basement, but you can't, you won't. Your concept of sacrifice is limited to the humans who are killed by curses. Not once killed by Satoru Gojo. And Gojo says, I will make you think and agonize. And the camera goes to Gojo, the camera goes to Choso, and the camera goes to Mahito, and the camera goes to Volcano Head at this point. And Mahito says, you serious? Okay, Gojo says, I will make you think and agonize. Concentrate. And Mahito says, are you serious? And Gojo at this point says, domain expansion. Immeasurable void. He activates that domain expansion, immeasurable void that he does. And Mahito is surprised. His eyes is wide open. Volcano Head, his eyes is wide open. Choso, his eyes is wide open. The humans who are still around and the mutated humans are kind of wondering what is going on. Mahito is looking up. He doesn't, he's not catching on to what Gojo is trying to do. Satoru Gojo's all or nothing. A domain expansion of 0.2 seconds. And at this point, Gojo is going through the mutated humans, the human beings, just to get to these curse grade spirits. Right now, Gojo is going after, but most of all, he's killing the mutated humans that are devouring human beings first, right? The time was just an intuitive guess. Gojo conjec- conjectured that a non sorceress could withstand zero point 0.2 seconds inside the domain without suffering lasting after effects. Although this is just a rough estimate, the amount of information that flooded the brains of non sorcerers, including those transfigured, was about half a year's worth was about half a year's worth. Everyone was left standing unconscious. In the aftermath, the humans at B5F who survived would be rehabilitated and able to rejoin society 2 months later. Simply speaking, this level of immeasurable void could allow the special grade curses to awaken at any moment. Taking into consideration a counterattack, the targets would be narrowed down to transfigured humans. Approximately 1,000 transfigured humans who were released within B5F of the Fokutushin line would be annihilated in 229 seconds. After the this after the deactivation of the domain by the hands of the strongest Jujutsu sorcerers alive, and at this point we see Gojo holding the heads of the mutated humans at this point, and he tosses them away, and someone says prism ram open. I think that could be Gato, but I don't know. And that brings us to the end of chapter 89. Now that takes us to chapter 90 at this point. Let's go to chapter 90. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 90, the Shibuya incident part 8. Prison Ram is a living barrier, the final remains of the Buddhist monk, the Buddhist monk Genshin. There is nothing, there is nothing person Ram can't seal, but then it must have conditions to use it. And the camera goes to uh, focuses on Mahito, Geto, Volcano Head, and Hanami. 1 minute. What? After opening Prison Ram, we have to keep Sotaro Gojo within a 4 meters radius for 1 minute. This is Geto saying this. Hey! And Volcano Head says, I am gonna burn you alive. Surely, you didn't team up with us to give us such an impossible task, did you? Against that, under those circumstances, even 1,000 miserly human lives wouldn't be enough to distract him. Things are getting a little heated here, Jugo. Don't worry. When I say 1 minute, gate open, and the box Gojo is looking at expands, and there is a huge one eye looking at Gojo at this point, and Gojo looks kind of surprised, like what in the blue moon is going on? And these eyes did something, and Geto pops up behind Gojo, and he says, "Yo, Sotaro." Sataru. Gojo looks over and says, "Huh?" And Geto says, "It's been a while." What stood there was somebody who he killed last year with his own hands. His best friend. Is he a fake? Is this some kind of transformation technique? This is Gojo saying this in his head. Is this some kind of transformation technique? All possibilities, his real, are rejected by his six eyes. And then it all came flowing into his brain. 3 years of his youth. Don't worry. When I say 1 minute, it's 1 minute's worth of time inside Gojo's brain. Although it was just an instant, for Satoru Gojo, 1 minute had passed a long time ago. And at this point, Geto subdues Gojo. Gojo is now caught in between their huge eyeball, right? He is now caught in between, and he can move his arm, he can move his legs at this point. He's been captured. And Gojo is shocked. Like, did I get put into some type of a genjutsu? And before he could realize what is going on, he cannot move his hand. And he says, "Shh, damn it, they got me." And Geto says, "Come on, Satoru. Are you letting your mind wander during a fight?" "I can't feel any cursed energy in my body," Gojo says. "I can't move a muscle either. Is this checkmate?" "So, who are you?" "Shugoro Geto, of course. Did you forget? How sad. Your body and even your cursed energy. My six eyes tell me you are Shugoro Geto, but my soul knows otherwise. Hurry up and answer. Who the hell are you?" "Yes." Oh my god. Gojo pulls a string around his head, and his top head comes off, and there is a brain. Like, his top head he pulls up his top head, and you can see a brain, and that brain has mouth and teeth laughing. "Who would you know?" he asked. Oh my goodness. And Gojo is terrified. Like, he looks terrified at this point. What is going on? "It's a curse technique that allows me to hop between bodies and switching brains. Of course, it lets me use the innate techniques within the body as well." And at this point, Geto continues to talk, with his brain sticking out with teeth. His brain has teeth, yo. Like it's so bizarre looking. I covered I coveted his curse manipulation and these exact circumstances. You didn't have Shuko. Irie, get rid of Shugoro, Geto's body, did you? And at this point, Geto decides to put his top head back on. You're only considerate during such awkward moments. Thanks to that, I was able to obtain this body without without much trouble. But don't worry, the seal will be over soon. Will be over soon enough. In 100, no, maybe 1,000 years. You know you are just too strong. You are in the way of my plans. This is Geto saying this. You know you are just too strong. You are in my way. You are in the way of my plans. And Gojo laughs and Geto continues to say, you don't remember before that body was killed by me. You remember who beat it up. And at this point, Yuta Okotus, huh? I don't really get what everyone sees in him. His ability to unconditionally copy cursed techniques and his boundless cursed energy. Both are the result of him having to detain his loved one's soul. Sorry to say, but Yuta Okotus can't become the next Satoru Gojo. Good night, Satoru. Let us meet again in the new world. So at this point, I think Geto is now planning to annihilate Gojo. He's planning to kill him. And then the dialogue leaves that area and goes to the underground railway. What the And this time the camera goes to Mimi, her brother, and Itadori. What's wrong? There is something on my ear. Can you hear me, Gojo? Itadori. Sorry, can you hear me, Yuji? Itadori. And that leaves us to the end of chapter 90. Now let's move on to chapter 91. Can you hear me, Yuji? Itadori. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 91, the Shibuya incident, part 9. Listen carefully. Wait. I am on your side. This is Machimaru from Kyoto High. And Mimi says, what's going on? There isn't much time. I am only gonna say this once. And at this point, Itadori is paying attention. Sutara Gojo has been sealed. And the camera goes to Geto looking on or looking down on Satoru Gojo because Satoru Gojo has been kidnapped, he's been bound, about to be killed or sealed. And Geto says, good night, Satoru Gojo. Let us meet again in the new world. Yeah, maybe. It's good night for me. but it's about time for you to wake up, Gojo says. And now, how are you gonna let yourself get used like that? Shugoro. And Geto laughs. No way. This is a first for me. Geto! Mahito! Look! You theorized that the soul came before the body, but the body is the soul, and the soul, the body. Otherwise, this phenomenon is of the body's memories entering my mind even after changing host can't be explained. Does he have does it have to be the same for everyone? Considering our jujutsu techniques, you and I practically live in different worlds. So techniques dictate our words. Huh? I like that. It's poetic. Hey, 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 hey. Gojo is talking right now. Hey, hey, hey. Let's just get this over with. This is uncomfortable. I am not enjoying looking at you two either. And Geto says, I am enjoying the view myself. But I suppose you're right. Can't risk something happening. Gate close. And at this point, guys, oh my goodness, Gojo has been sealed inside that box. He's been sealed inside the box, and Geto grabs the box by his, and the box shrinks to a little box, and Geto grabs it. We can't use that anymore, right? Yeah, only one occasion, only one occupant at a time, unless the person trapped inside takes their own life. It can't be used. Hmm? Well, anyway, sealed complete. Gojo has been sealed. Gojo has been sealed, guys. The seal is now complete. That's Satoru Gojo. What makes you think we would believe that? So the dialogue shifts to Mei Mei, Itadori, and Mimi's brother. And Mimi said, that's Satoru Gojo. What makes you think we would believe that? Sorry, I don't have any proof, but if I may say something, the fact that I am here is proof. This is Machimaru talking to them. I am sorry because Mimi asked, how can we prove what you're saying? And Machimaru says, sorry, I don't have any proof, but if I may say something, the fact that I am here is proof. I have already been killed on October 19 by a special grade curse called Mahito. What I am now is nothing more than a contingency and but a content what I am now is nothing more than a contingency I planned for before I died. What I am now is nothing more but a contingency I planned for before I died. It's an advanced plan made possible with the stipulation of Satoru Gojo being sealed. Sorry. To avoid a malfunction, I limited the position of these puppets to 3 locations. Yujo Itadori, out of all the sorcerers at Tokyo High, is the least likely to be a mole. And Mei Mei, I have eliminated you as well, given the situation. And Mei Mei asked why. Because you and your scouting abilities were sent to Mijijuo, Mijijuome, instead of being used for covert actions in Shibuya. As for Itadori, he didn't even have any connection to the Jujutsu world until a few months ago. What if I was just refusing to follow What if I was just refusing to follow orders? Besides, I am the one who has been trying to stop Itadori. Despite his determination to come to Shibuya, then why are there curse users heading over to kill you? And at that point, Itadori and Mei Mei say, what? One may be 2 of them, Itadori. Are they stronger than the curse you fought earlier? He asked. I would say they are stronger than the grasshopper. Even though the curse Itadori exercised was not very skilled, it still could communicate. No matter how you look at it, it was powerful enough to be at least a semi-grade 1 curse. Enemies like that all over the place now. Huh? Where have they been this whole time? Mei Mei asked. Let's ignore the curse users and keep going. We have to check on Gojo. No, Machimaru says, the situation in Shibuya has changed. The barrier techniques they are using are far superior to yours. There are 4 curtains around Shibuya right now. Curtain A, trapped civilian. Curtain A, traps civilians. Curtain B, trapped Satoru Gojo. And curtain C, bars sorcerers from entering. So there are 3 curtains. Curtain A traps civilians, curtain B traps Satoru Gojo, and curtain C bars sorcerers from entering. I think they're trying to say ban sorcerers from entering, but they say bars, B-A-R-S. So there is curtain A, C further along, blocking the way through the tracks. Yes, the sorcerers on standby are probably inside a curtain already. You can't use phones while inside a curtain. Not only that, I can't contact the assistant manager outside the curtains. Outside the curtain's perimeter either. Please listen to what I have to say. This so-called contingency will wear off soon. Please. Fine. Say what you have to say. Itadori head back to Meiji Junjume and then to Shibuya above ground. You have to inform the sorcerers there. You have to inform the sorcerers there that Gojo has been sealed. Gojo's rescue needs to be a collaborative effort. And Itadori answers, got it. Mei Mei, please open a way for Itadori to get through. After the curse user's attack, I would like for you to manage things down here. We still can't be sure how the enemy will engage. I will do my best to adapt. By the way, your bank account isn't frozen yet, is it? Huh? If Satoru Gojo disappears, both the Jujutsu world and the human society world will be upended. I am sorry, but you will have to put your lives on the line. And Machimaru continues to say, I used to think it would be okay if everything was upended too. That was pretty low of me, if I say so myself. What about me? Mei Mei's brother is asking, what about me? You choose. My sister then. So he's choosing. You are Mei Mei, right? Go ahead. I will follow. I will follow. Go ahead. I will follow your lead. Sorry. Gotcha. And at this point, the dialogue goes off them and goes back to Mahito, Choso, and Volcano Head. And I guess and then it goes back. It goes back to Geto. Geto is about to speak now. Looks like you are all awake. Now that happens next. Looks like you all are awake. Excuse me. Now, about what happens next, he asked. Riddle, riddle. What's wrong? And Volcano asked, what's wrong? So at this point, Geto says, looks like you are all awake. Now, about what happens next. And the camera goes to Geto's hand holding that box that he used to seal Gojo. And inside that box, there's a word on top. Riddle, riddle. And Geto looks at it. It seems like Gojo is trying to get out. Gojo is trying to come out. And Volcano asks, what's wrong? And in that moment, something happens. The box opens up. No, the box haven't opened up yet. Something happens and the box drops and makes a huge impact on the ground. And four of them says, what? And the box shows multiple eyes around it. Right? The box now has multiple eyes all around it. And Geto said, this guy looks like time doesn't pass here. Okay, Geto says, this guy, and the camera goes to Gojo. I believe, like, it goes to Gojo inside that sealed box. And he says, looks like time doesn't pass here. And Gojo looks up and says, crap, I messed up. This could be trouble. Whatever, I will be fine. And the camera goes to Itadori, rushing towards where Gojo is, or like going on his own mission. I have faith in everyone. And the camera goes to Itadori, the camera goes to Magami Fushiguro, and the camera goes to Kogosaki. And that brings us to the end of chapter 91. Now let's continue to chapter 92. "9:22 p.m. Shibuya, Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 92, the Shibuya incident, part 10. Even if we don't count those who are trapped inside the station, the number of people is considerably low. The humans that were transfigured and on standby inside the building are now attacking non-sorcerers. And Nanami says, so our orders are to end our standby and attack. It can't be helped, but we keep getting delayed much too frequently. What's most concerning though, this simultaneous appearance of the curtain that prohibits sorcerers from entering. It's been some time since Gojo sensei arrived, so why now? Either something happened or it was part of a strategic plan. What we can say for sure is that they wouldn't move without a plan. I will head for the enemy responsible for these curtains. You two, do your best to rescue the civilians. So Nanami has entered the scene now, and he's not alone. He's with Megami Fushiguro. I think Panda is there as well. I can see him. Mai is also there, or Miki is there. Kogasaki is there. The three groups enter the battle at the same time. Nita, once you confirm the situation, please head outside the curtain. As long as the signal is blocked inside, there needs to be someone outside at all times. Tap tap. I would like for you to be that person. We need to establish constant communication with the assistant manager. If we get the windows and everyone off duty involved, it should be possible. And at this point, while the assistant manager is communicating with them, hop, hop, hop. And he gets attacked by this guy. Okay, let me keep reading. Yep, picking on the weak suits me well. Like this, yes. Please continue patrolling the curtains, perimeters, and hunt anybody wearing a suit. So at this point, the assistant manager gets attacked by one of the League of the Villains. Oh, assassins. Sorry. Okay. Once I am done, I can head inside, right? At 9:26 p.m., Tokyo Metro Shibuya Station, B5F Fuko Toshin line platform. The camera goes to that box that has multiple eyes where Gojo is trapped at this point. And Mahito Geto is looking at it, and Mahito says, "So, what's the deal?" he asked. And Geto said, "The seal is complete. However, Prison RAM needs time to process. Prison RAM needs time to process Satoru Gojo. We won't be able to move it for the time being." And while they are talking, Machimaru, with his robotic little mechanic, is up in the ceiling, right? Up on the ceiling, looking down at Mahito, Geto, Volcano Head, and Choso. And in a matter of seconds, Mahito notices Machimaru watching them, spying on them, and he attacks it and shatters that gadget Machimaru is using to track them or to spy on them. And Geto says, "They got to us." And the camera goes to Itadori, right? Because Machimaru gave Itadori one of his gadgets to put in his ear. And he says, "Itadori, good news. They are unable to move Gojo from B5F." And Itadori asks, "Why?" "Because he's Satoru Gojo." And Itadori says, "Ha ha ha, got it. We will surround them. Have the sorcerers move in on Shibuya Station from all adjacent subway stations. Once the curtain barrier sorcerers from entering is down, we will attack. Have sorcerers move in, but how? I can't get in contact with Ichiji because Ichiji, the assistant manager, has been taken down." "Oh, what is it?" Who's in Shibuya right now?" Well, as they make their way down, Itadori sees all these mutated humans attacking civilians, and he's pushing them aside to move. And then an explosion happens. "Did you call me?" And at this point, Itadori, Mei Mei is whooping ass while they are running towards where Gojo is. And there's this huge creature, huge mutated human, and Itadori uses his ability to fight him off. And the camera goes to Magami, and he says, "Nanami, are you there? Gojo Sensei was sealed." And Magami says, "Sealed? You too?" And Nanami says, "Change of plans. We must join Itadori at once. If this sealing is true, it's all over for all humans in this country." And the camera goes back to Geto, Mahito, Volcano Head, Jisuo, and they are still looking at the box that has multiple eyes where Gojo has been trapped and sealed. Looks like the jig is up. The Jujutsu Sorcerers will increase in numbers and head this way. I am staying here. What about you guys? Geto says, "I'm staying here. What about you guys?" And Choso says, to avenge my brothers, I will kill Yuji Itadori and Nobura Kogasaki. Then I will head to Jujutsu High to retrieve the rest of my brothers. Now, I said towards the end of episode 24 that if Chisawa wasn't looking to fight the Sorcerer's School, but the fact that they killed his brothers, they have given him reasons, enough reason to fight them. And Volcano Head says, I don't know who Kogasaki is, but Itadori is off limits. We are gonna turn him into Sekino. I don't care, huh? Jugo, calm down. To be honest, Mahito is talking now. To be honest, I want to kill Itadori too. Mahito, what? After seeing Satoru Gojo in person, now that he's sealed, I would say sorcerers and curses are about evenly matched. If Sekino is revived, we would be heavy favorites to win, right? And Geto says, yeah, I would say so. Volcano Head says, well then. As it stands, that means we can still win, all things being equal. And Mahito says, let's see Itadori. It will be fine even if Sekino isn't around. We will win. And that brings us to the end of chapter 92. At this point, the assassins are confident that whatever way the decision or whatever way the situation tips, that it will tip on their favor. Mr. Smokey is saying, are you going to watch any new anime? Well, we'll see. So let's continue. Let's kill Itadori. It will be fine. Even if Sekino isn't around, we will win. Jujutsu Kaisen, Chapter 93, The Shibuya Incident, Part 11. And Volcano Head said, are you serious? Mahito answers, for real. I am serious, for real, real. And Volcano Head thinks in his head, this doesn't have to be me, especially who is smiling in the end. As long as curses emerge as the true humans. It's true, Sekino isn't necessarily our ally. If he's revived, we might even suffer as well. But if that happens, the era of the curses will surely come. We are different from the humans of this time. We do not fear death and walk the path of sincerely achieve our goal. That's the curses, ethos, that those fakes humans don't have. Nah, that's not true. And Mahito interrupts him and said, nah, that's not true. Even if we lose our way or are inconsistent, we undoubtedly live according to our desires. That is what we curses are. Oh, I meant not true in regards to our way as curses. The plan to revive Sekino is definitely a legitimate strategy. I have no plan. I have no plans to fight you, Gojo. This is Mahito saying this. I have no plan to fight you, Gojo. So let's make a game out of it. And at this point, We see, so Mahito is about to say something. The camera is focusing on him. On his left, or on his left, my right is Itadori, and on the other side is Sekino. And he says, if I encounter Itadori first, I will kill him, Gojo. If you find him first, you can offer him the fingers to restore Sekino's powers. And if I find him first, Choso is saying now, and if I find him first, I will kill him. Okay? And Volcano Head said, hey. And Mahito says, oh, you want to play too, Choso? Of course, that's okay. And Mahito continues to say, Geto, you are probably more in line with Gojo, right? What are you gonna do? And Geto responds, I have to keep an eye on Prison Ram. I am afraid I am gonna have to pass. So Geto's mission, his focus right now is keeping an eye on Gojo. Make sure that that seal is maintained, and to make sure to monitor that box. And then Geto continues to say, do as you wish. Sekino is nothing more than a contingency plan if Prison Ram doesn't work out. How idiotic all the sorcerers, Itadori included. Okay, Volcano Head says, how idiotic all the sorcerers, Itadori included, are headed this way to rescue Gojo. Waiting here makes the most sense. So how is this a game? So at that point, Volcano Head is waiting, and Mahito and Chisuo is going up. Right? He's going up to meet the sorcerers that are coming. And Volcano Head is looking at them, says, waiting here makes the most sense. So how is this a game? Ready. Go, Mahito says. Hey, wait up. And Geto says, I would say the curses are smarter than you guys. Give him back. No. Actually, oh, okay. The Volcano Head, I believe, said, hey, wait up. And someone in the background says, I would say that the curses are smarter than you guys. Give him back. And in the crowd, we cooperated with you and kept killing those monkeys. Give back Master Geto's body as promised. Don't you dare play with Master Geto's body. You make a promise with a sorcerer, I would make sure that it's a binding void. Now go. Or would you like to be killed by this body? You will regret that. Regret, huh? I have forgotten what that feels like. And Geto sits down, still looking at the box that has multiple eyes where Gojo is trapped. And now I say that it seems like someone is using Geto's body or manipulating him. Nanami! 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 This is Itadori shouting, Nanami! 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 Hey, dude! And Magami taps him. taps Itadori's bag. Fushiguro Nanami. And who? So Nanami was really Nanami. Geto did. Technically, someone acting as Geto. Shibuya Station is in pandemonium right now. From the special grades and the cursed spirits they brought along, from the special grades and the cursed spirits they brought along to the curse users supporting Geto and the transfigured humans and civilians, then attacking from the nearby stations does indeed make sense. But in order for that to work, we must lift the curtains first. And Machimaru continues to say, this is an emergency. We will have to multitask. I suppose this isn't the time to complain. And there are several things only I, grade 1 sorcerer like me, can handle. And now Nanami is talking. There are several things only a grade 1 sorceress like me can handle. I will head outside and take care of it with Ichiji. And I guess Nanami heads off. In the meantime, I would like for you three to do something about the curtain that's prohibiting sorcerers from entering. In Ino, Kusab, Kusakabe, and Supreme Grade 1 Sorcerer Zenin should be inside this curtain as well. If you meet up with them, please explain the situation and ask for their help. Itadori's yelling might have already reached them, though. Itadori's yelling might have already reached them, though. Got it. Also, Nanami continues to speak. I am leaving these two in your care. Understood? Understood. Inu, Nanami is really on me. Nanami is relying on me. You guys, before we start this mission, let's make sure you understand its importance. Starting with the two problems, if Gojo disappears, number one, the the Gojo family will fail from power. The Gojo family is the one-man team of Satoru. Gojo's is flexible, selfish. It's flexible, selfish, that he has saved many sorcerers. Itadori, you are one of them, right? Yep. So nonchalant. So think of all those people who will become a nuisance to the authorities, and in a worst case scenario might be killed. Number two, the balance of power will collapse. There are those who have stayed in the shadows because of his existence. Curse users and cursed spirits will both make their moves. While we sorcerers are scrambling with the first issue, what would happen if we get into a small-scale war against those two groups? We would lose. Nanami and I both think that's what will happen. And if we lose, at the very least in Japan, the age of humans might be over. So you do get it. Then let's get it. Then let's get to it. We will destroy the curtain before Nanami comes back. So at this point, Itadori, Ino, and Magami are now heading to destroy the curtain. We will rescue Sotaro Gojo, and he screams with a loud voice. Did you hear that? Wasaka? Gojo Sensei has been sealed. Intel was leaked to the enemy. That's good news. Granny Ogami. Things are finally starting to get interesting. So Sotaro Gojo really did get sealed. How exciting. I wonder what will happen with this country. Nothing will change. We will curse and be cursed and die. That brings us to the end of chapter 93. Let's move over to chapter 94. Yeah, Gojo needs to be rescued at it. He needs to be rescued because if he doesn't get saved, things are going to go to shit. You know, all the cursed spirits hiding because of Gojo's existence. Now that he is sealed, they would want to take revenge. They're gonna cause mayhem. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 94. Now Itadori is trying to break that curtain. He's striking it with his fist. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 94, the Shibuya incident, part 12. And while he's striking the curtain, Magami and Ino are looking at him. And they say, no luck. It won't even budge. Good try. Seriously, if we are talking straight striking power, he might be on Nanami's level. But that's the problem. It's an incredible steady curtain. We have to find a weak spot and try and make a hole there. There is no point if we can't even get inside. What? Why? Because this curtain is prohibiting sorcerers from entering. It's a burial. Burials are for protection and providing cover, right? In theory, the one who cast the curtain should be inside. And Itadori says, but at Harajuku, Ino says, I see. By staying outside the curtain, the caster increases the risk of being seen or attacked, but in return, the curtain's strength increases. Kinda like the egg of a Columbus. Wait, but that completely ignores the basics of barrier techniques. We are dealing with some crazies. That would explain why Itadori's punch didn't work. If that and Magami says if that's true, then the curtain's source of origin should be somewhere obvious. Ino says the payoff for the increased risk of being seen is a much more powerful than curtain. Somewhere obvious, Itadori says, and he looks up. 10:01 p.m. Shibuya S Tower. I okay, so those three on top of the tower, they okay. Let me just keep. I don't want to spoil it yet. Let's just keep going. So there is this curse, or this guy, actually three of them that are standing on top of the building, on the tower, and one of them is looking over the horizon, and he says, "I wonder if the sorcerers will notice." So then that tells me these three here are the one holding the curtains down. And the guy continues to say, "This is the most obvious place inside this curtain, right?" He asked. And the other guy with him says, "Probably." So there are two guys and a granny that is sitting down. And the other guy says, "But even if they notice, yeah, the bottom of the tower is swarming with transfigured humans. I doubt they would be able to get up here so quickly." So they are confident that they are secured where they are. And in that moment, Magami's, I believe this is Magami's cursed, Magami's ability, the peacock ability, swings up and it's carrying Itadori and Ino. All right, it's gonna be a fight now. A wire. Maki presents these are useful. And at that point, Itadori and Ino lands on top of the tower. And one of the guys says, "Do these guys know about the curtains cast by the others?" And Ino says, "So, this is where the curtain originates." And the camera goes to Mimi. Me also thinks that it already has a barrier techniques embedded. And all that's left is for someone to charge it, and to charge it with cursed energy. And the camera shifts again to Magami, Ino, and Itadori, which means that as long as we break it first, we can worry about the curse users later. And Ino says, "All right, all according to plan." There are three. There are three. The curtain prohibits sorcerers from entering is still there. We are able to. We are the other two. It's time. And in that moment, Itadori attacks these guys and ties them up. He attacks them, and Ino attacks them and ties them up. "He tied me up so quickly. They are planning to drop me to the ground." Fushiguro, deactivate. And we see Itadori. Itadori jumps inside the building, I think. He crashes through a glass window and gets inside. And Ino is still at the rooftop, and they have tied the other guy down, but the other guy and the granny are still free. And the other guy says, "My grandchild." Okay, the granny says, "My grandchild." "Yeah, I got this, grandma." And he is about to fight Ino. And Ino said, "Now that I am in charge of this impressionable kids, I better do my part and start paving my path too." So he wears his mask, right? Because he's wearing a hat, but that hat is actually a mask. He brings it down. It becomes a mask, becoming a grade 1 sorcerer. And Itadori meets up with Megami, and he says, Fushiguro, where is he? There. So Itadori and Megami were able to work together to tie the first guy down. So the first guy has been demobilized. And Fushiguro says, I didn't see him land. And the body is too clean. And he screams, get up! Okay. He says, and the body is too clean. It doesn't matter if he's a curse user, he feels sorry. And the body is too clean. It doesn't matter if he's a curse user. He fell for the one stories. And he screams, get up, you sneaky old bastard. And the old bastard smiles, she. And he gets up and is about to break the wire that they used to bring him down. And he says, kids these days, while smiling. And he says, kids these days got on petty for the elders. Sorry, got no pity for the elderly. We can't afford to waste our time here, Fushiguro says. And Itadori says, we won't. And that brings us to the end of chapter 94. Now going to chapter 95. Itadori and Fushiguro are about to face this old geezer. They're about to face this old geezer. And why are you so insistent that I be the one who recommended you? With your cursed technique, you could be semi-grade 1 in no time. Now, the camera goes back to Nanami talking with Ino. It seems like we are going back to Ino's past with Nanami. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 95, the Shibuya incident part 13. Why are you so insistent that I be the one who recommends you? With your curse technique, you could be a semi-grade 1 in no time, Nanami says. And Ino says, to me, doing things the right way is really important. Especially when doing dirty work like Jujutsu Sorcerers. But I am not the smartest person around. So it's hard to figure out what's right. So that's why whenever I am not sure what to do, I ask myself, what would Nanami do? Since that's the case, becoming a grade 1 sorcerer without your approval wouldn't feel right. Oh, would you like another drink? Some Korean wine? And the camera brings us back to the present time. Ino is about to fight one of the guys that are holding this curtain. I better do my part and start paving my path to becoming a grade 1 sorcerer. And he says, Asibi Curse, Beast Summon, number 1. Catchy. And he fires this arrow-looking shaped rock with a weird design at the other guy. And he dodges it. And the guy says, it's homing on us. So that rocket thing that Ino fired literally chases this guy, and this guy carries his grandma, and he's about to run away, but the rocket thing that fired is too fast. He drops his grandmother and uses his hand to block the attack, and that rocket thing pierced his arm and damaged it. A huge, like a very good scar. Science, ambitious beasts summoning. By hiding his face, Ino becomes a spiritual medium. Hmm. Showing ambitious beast summon. By hiding his face, Ino becomes a spiritual medium, right? A spiritual medium, and can summon and use the abilities of four auspicious beasts: Kiechi, Riki, Kuriin, and Ryu. These are the four beasts, right? These are the four beasts he can be able to use when he covers his face. Nanami entrusted me with those two. Right, he's saying Nanami entrusted me with those two, so I can't just leave them by themselves. So he's taking care of the other guy and his grandma. But dragging this fight to them wouldn't be right either. Best thing would be to just get this over with and join up with them. Grandma, Dad just now, yes. What are the chances? Understand the facts and control the self. Eliminate number 2. Okay, and the camera goes back to Ino and he says, eliminate number 2, Riki, the ego. And the camera goes down to Itadori. Itadori rushes to the other guy and strikes him. And Magami Fushiguro creates his beast, his wolf cloak, 2 of them, and they are attacking the other guy. And Fushiguro says, to be honest, fighting the enemy isn't the hard part. It's trying to work together with him. And Fushiguro and Itadori continues to fight the other guy. They're whooping his ass right now. And this guy is not phased at all. He says, with all those punches that he has taken, he's still smiling at this point. And Itadori's eyes lit up, Fushiguro's eyes lit up that this guy isn't phased. And this guy pulls out a sword, right? A little dagger sword, and swings it at Itadori, pushing Itadori back because Itadori was able to dodge it, but he didn't dodge it entirely because the cut grazed his body and his right arm a little bit. And the old geezer was surprised that Itadori was able to evade it. And thanks. And he's surprised. And then the next thing he notices is Fushiguro uses his frog cloak or his frog technique and pulls the guy backwards and swings him and hits him in the wall. And Itadori says, no worries. It's just a scratch. Itadori, no worries. It's just a scratch. So full of energy. Futures full of much promise. Divine dog claws can damage even a special grade. I hit him with all I got too. then why this guy comes back, even though he's been taking a lot of damage, he's been swinging against the wall and he's crashed through the wall and through the glasses. He comes down again, comes back, and says, definitely worth killing. He's is he not hurt? So he comes back, and I believe either Itadori or Magami says, definitely worth killing. And they say, is he not hurt? Magami says, I thought we weren't wasting any time. And Itadori says, no comment. And the camera swings up to where Ino is fighting the other two. And the grandmother starts praying in a weird language, saying her hocus pocus then. And Ino and the other guy continues to fight. Ino is able to attack him again. And the grandmother continues to pray and do her hocus pocus. Ino and the other guy continues to exchange fists. But Ino is getting the best of the other guy though. And the grandma says appearance aren't deceiving here. He's no stronger than he looks. But he keeps putting his body on the line to protect the old hag. Okay, not the grandma saying it. The grandma is busy praying, and Ino is instigating now what is going on. Appearance aren't deceiving here. He's no stronger than he looks, but he keeps putting his body on the line to protect the old hag. And Ino continues to say, something's going on. I better hurry. The grandma continues to do her hocus pocus and then she's still praying. And all of a sudden, a weird energy comes down on the grandma. And Ino says, what? Something's different. And the grandma says, we are all set. I know, grandma. And the guy protecting his grandma gets some type of a pill or something that looks like a pill and puts it in his mouth. And in that moment, Ino says, I won't let you. Kiechi. And he fires his rocket ability thing. And by the time the rocket ability thing could get close, the guy already put it inside his mouth and swallowed it. And a huge explosion or a huge light is shining right now. And the grandma looks over and sees his maybe his grandson, Toji Zenin. And the grandma, and the camera goes to the grandma's face. She looks pretty scary right now. And the next thing we see is the grandson catching that rocket or whatever fired at him. And sees it coming. How is it, my grandchild? The grandma asked. And the grandchild says, yeah, all good, grandma. That means he's ready to fight now. He's ready to fight. And looking at his face, there are two faces now. There seems to be like two faces. One side of his face, he has a blonde hair and his face is messed up and bruised up. And the other side of his face, he has black hair and the face kind of resembles Zenin, Magami's father, for some weird reason. And he says this is the best ever. And that brings us to the end of chapter 95. Let's head over to chapter 96. Chapter 96, Jujutsu Kaisen. Chapter 96, The Shibuya Incident. Part 14. Part 14. They show us a baby. The baby opens his or her eyes, because it's hard to say if it is a guy or a girl. And happy birthday, daddy. And then we see a girl, a teenager, and she says, happy birthday, daddy. And we see a guy, or the daddy, her father's face. He's sitting on the couch, and the young girl says, your presence is seen in your presence is seeing me in my school uniform. Cute, huh? Good thing I chose Mori High School. And the father says, yeah, sure. Anyway, keep flaunting yourselves. Keep flaunting yourself like that, and you will end up like your mother. And the young lady goes on her father's lap and she says, what? Did you hate mom? I don't hate her, but she did cheat on me. And the young girl says, right. And she hugs her father and she says, poor daddy. And she stabs her father at the back of his neck. And she says, nah, who? And then the camera goes back to the grandmother. So that is that is the grandmother when she was young. She killed her father. Because when the camera goes to the face of the grandmother, half of her face is her old self now, at the recent time, the current time, and half of her face is her young face, to tell us that that was her when she was young. And the camera goes to this and say, who noka? Where is my daughter? I killed her. Shape-shifting while using a summon requires a dead body. She screamed for her mother as she died. Oh, okay. Okay, now I see what is going on, guys. Now I see what is going on. The grandmother goes to her son-in-law and killed him, pretending to be his daughter, because the grandson killed her daughter. And as she walks off, because she's a shape-shifting individual, as she walks off, she shape-shifts into her old self and says she screamed for her mother as she died. And then the camera goes to this guy, says, I'm sorry, I raped. I am sorry. Please let me go. Shut up. Shut up. Why are you doing this? It's my job to kill people. I need to understand the human body. We were free. Jujutsu Sorcerers had their hands full with the increasing number of curses. We could freely make money if we did what needed to be done. We curse users lived selfishly and to our heart's content. Satoru Gojo, yes, a child who possesses six eyes, born into the Gojo family. A kid? The bounty is already over 100,000. Oh, but this is not a job. It is first come, first serve, so I'm told. And at this point, okay, this is back. So they went back in time when the grandma is recruiting or talking to the other guy, Fushiguro and Itadori are fighting. And as they talk about Gojo, the other guy went up to see Gojo. This is Gojo when he was a kid. So they've been investigating him for a very long time. And as he spies on Gojo, Gojo turns around, looks up and catches them spying on him. And they are shocked that Gojo has that ability. Like his ability is very acute. The curses increasing strength. At that moment, I understood the reason why. It's because of him. It's because of Satoru Gojo. It's like a seemingly unbeatable track and field. Oh, sorry guys, let me read that again. The curse is increasing strength. And at that moment, I understood the reason why. It's because of him. It's because of Satoru Gojo. It's like when a seemingly unbeatable track and field record gets broken. Or when figure skaters suddenly have to add more spins to their jumps due to a single athlete's prowess. When Satoru Gojo was born, the balance of the world was altered. We are free. So the camera goes to the grandma, Gojo when he was young, and the other guy who is now bald, who is now fighting Fushiguro and Itadori. And then the photo shifts to when they are older. The grandma, Gojo has now grown up with his mask, with his eyes. And then the other guy that Itadori and Fushiguro is fighting is now bald with a single hair sticking out of his head. Okay. Only to have that freedom taken from us in our later years. And at that point, the camera or the dialogue shifts to Itadori and Fushiguro fighting the other guy. And the other guy says, damn it, and he launches and kicks Itadori so hard that he pushes Itadori's back. And Fushiguro sees this, dashes towards the guy, summons his sword that he used to fight Hanami. And let's see what happens here. And the guy says, I am always in the prime of my life. And he defends himself and he says, until the day I die, what a thrill. I will trample on the weak, with a sinister look on his face. And Itadori says, seriously, what's with this guy? He's more than just tough. Fushiguro says it has to be related to his cursed technique. Damage nullification? No. Satoru Gojo is in Shibuya. You better leave the curtain behind and run. This is Fushiguro yelling at this guy. Satoru Gojo is in Shibuya. You better leave the cotton behind and run. And the guy smiles. Kiki kiki kiki. What a noisy bluff. Gojo was sealed. You guys were the ones who yelled that out for the world to hear. Why do you think we curse users are here? If Gojo was fine, we would be sleeping at home. I knew it. I knew it. He can't defeat Gojo Sensei. You are not a good liar, Fushiguro. Itadori says, you are not a good liar, Fushiguro. And Fushiguro says, so his cursed technique can't be something crazy like damage nullification. No worries. Itadori says, with scars on his face from the attack these guys delivered on him. I said no worries. Shut up. If you have lost your will to fight, the guy is speaking right now. If you have lost your will to fight, then I will be killing you now. So Fushigoro's eyes lit up. Itadori improves his stance or stands and waiting to defend himself or to attack. And he says, here he comes. And at this point, Magami says, rabbit escape. And he summons all these rabbits, storming towards the curse user. And they are not really attacking him, but passing him by. And Magami looks surprised. And Itadori says, let's retreat for now. Oh, I figured out his curse technique. And Itadori says, oh. And that brings us to the end of chapter 96. Let's go over to chapter 97. And it seems like Fushiguro has figured out this guy's ability. He has figured out his cursed technique. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 97. So the camera goes back up on top of the roof tower where Ino and the other guy is fighting. At this point, this guy that had blonde or white hair kind of resembles Zenin now. He kind of resembles Zenin, guys. I am not kidding you. This guy looks more like Zenin Fushiguro. Magami's father. They used a science technique to shape shift. Is the old hag a necromancer? But that's not really the issue. Who is this guy? Is he some famous Jujutsu sorcerer? I can tell with just one look. This is Ino saying this. And guys, I am telling you, this is Zenin. There is no way this guy is in Zenin. This is Zenin. How? I don't know what is going on, guys, but it seems like Zenin is back. I might be speculating, but Zenin is back, yo. Because this guy looks a lot like Zenin. I'm not sure if you guys can be able to see a little bit of him there. Hold on, let me bring this. Let me bring it down a little. And maybe bring this right here. Power. Okay, Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 97, the Shibuya incident part 15. That he's ridiculously strong. And Yuno said number 4, Ryu. And at this point, a hand comes and grabs his mask. Guys, a hand grabs Ino's mask as he about to call out Ryu. And he turns around and says he's fast. And the next thing, he gets hit. Someone sucker punched him with a thought, like, oh man, he gets sucker punched so hard. Man, the scene of this sucker punch is literally incredible. The shot of it is just incredible. And at this point, the punch pushed him back. And and this guy, this Zenin looking guy didn't stop there. We just see a hand coming at him. Zenin continues to attack. I'm not sure if it is Zenin, but he looks a lot like Zenin, yo. And the camera goes out and goes back to the curse user fighting Itadori and Megami. These Shikigami seem to be more of a diversion. They might try to hit me with a little blow from behind the rabbits. And as he's contemplating what Fushiguro and Itadori is trying to do, a weird energy starts surging around the area. And the cursed user says, 1 second. The cursed user said he deactivated the Shikigami. He deactivated the Shikigami. They are gone. Did they run away? Yeah, because if we remember on the previous chapter, Itadori told Fushiguro that they should retreat. So it seems like they used that rabbit confusion to retreat. And we see this Max elephant. And Megami is on top of this masked elephant. And this masked elephant is storming towards this cursed user guy. And he looks at it and he says, "Wow, what the hell is this?" And the next thing, the elephant disappears. I'm not sure if this curse user is able to negate Fushiguro's elephant technique. And the cursed user says activating, then deactivating. How annoying. Oh, okay. Fushiguro Megami is one that deactivated it. And now the cursed user said, "Man up and come at me." Megami says that's really more his style. Oh, Itadori threw a car at this guy. So oh my goodness. Let me make sure that you guys can see this, man. At least you guys can see enough of it. Yeah, right there. Itadori threw a car at this guy. And this curse user guy is able to grab it, at least stop it. And And he says, this kid's relentless. This kid is relentless. What raw power. I gotta be on my toes. Just keep attacking for now. And Fushiguro says, just keep attacking for now. And the cursed user guy threw the car behind him. He threw it away. And with that confusion, Magami comes behind, like kind of, Magami comes by the side to attack him. And he pulls out his dagger sword or dagger katana, thrusts it towards Fushiguro, and Fushiguro evades it. And the cursed guy said, these guys also rewinding himself up. Good, good. And in that moment, we see Itadori again getting ready, powering up to attack this guy. Itadori comes from the other side, and this guy sees him and says, here he comes. A desperate full swing. He swings at this guy. This guy says, a desperate full swing. And Fushiguro and Itadori now launches at this guy to attack him. The curse user guy is holding his sword to defend himself. And he says, my curse technique is inverse. While my technique is activated, strong, weak. Why my technique is activated, attacks come weaker than stronger they are. And stronger the weaker are they. So when he activates his technique, all the attacks that come at him, even though that is strong, but to him it's weaker. No one has ever been able to dodge my counterattack after a desperate attack. The harder you fight, the easier I will win. That means the harder they push themselves to fight him, the easier the battle will tip to his favor. And he says, time to die. His curse technique is probably inverse. So Magami finds out or figures out, and he says his cursed technique is probably inverse. And the cursed guy said, my attack that was first off kilter was more effective than yours. Plus his reaction. Okay, it seems like this is Fushiguro saying this. Fushiguro is saying, my attack that was forced off kilter was more effective than yours, plus his reaction to rabbit escape, which is a lot meat for attacking, which is okay. I think this is this guy saying this and not Fushiguro. Sorry about that, guys. My attack that was forced off kilter was more effective than yours, plus his reaction to rabbit escape, which is also not meant for attacking. Did you notice how he's not immediately countering as he gets surrounded by a rabbit escape? Okay, I'm going to rephrase that. I'm not sure who is saying this. It could either be Fushiguro or this guy. But for some reason, the way the dialogue is slowly going, it seems like Magami is the one analyzing the situation here. Did you notice how he's not immediately countering as he gets surrounded by rabbit's escape? I think the fact that he's fine after being beaten to the ground supports my theory. Okay, indeed, this is Magami saying it. So we can destroy him with just a flick to force. We can destroy him just a flick to the forehead. Itadori says this. So we can destroy him with just a flick to the forehead. And Megami responds, nah, there has to be a minimum. There has to be a minimum. If it's literally inverse, then something as small as air resistance should destroy him. And they show us this guy's technique, strong, weak. Since that's not the case, they are against an abnormal like Gojo sensei. He's probably at a disadvantage against completed techniques too. And Itadori says, at the same time, then we strike with a strong attack and a somewhat weak one at the same time. And Megami says, yeah, but we can't have him realize we figured it out. Okay. We gotta keep pressuring him. And at this point, this guy, the cursed spirit guy, is kind of bleeding at the side of his mouth. And Megami says, first, we will use a weak toad, Shikigami, and the weak toad strikes this guy. And Megami says, we will weak a weak toad, and then, sorry, we will use a weak toad, Shikigami, and then we will attack all at once. And the weak toad strikes this guy around his belly. And in that moment, Itadori and Megami attacks this guy all at the same time. Right? They attack him. These kids, and this guy says, the cursed guy said, these kids. When did they figure it out? So at this point, as they are mercilessly attacking this cursed user, he's feeling it now. And he said, when did they figure it out? And he says, not yet. And he strikes back, pushing Itadori and Megami backwards. And he says, don't get so cocky, you damn kids. And him saying that, looking at his face, he looks very, very desperate at this point. He looks very, very desperate. And Itadori charges again and strikes him, clubs him with a, catches him with a hook punch. And he says he stopped just before, and Itadori goes for it once again. Push! Strikes this guy. Oh my goodness, guys, look at that. Hits him so hard that he pushed this guy back. Like he sends him flying. And I believe the guy said, stopping just before contact and adjusting the power. You can pull off refined attacks surprisingly well. For real? And that brings us to the end of chapter 97. Moving on to chapter 98. Chapter 98. So it seems like Megami and Itadori has taken this guy down, and something happens. A wooden looking bizarre cursed tool breaks into two, and Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 98, the Shibuya incident part 16, and it catches Megami and Itadori's attention. They look up and they say, huh? That was just the curtain that doesn't let sorcerers enter. That went out. That was just the curtain that doesn't let sorcerers enter that went out, right? But we broke all three, including the one Ino broke. Then they either used all three for one curtain, or two of them were dummies. And Megami says, anyway, sorcerers can now move freely in Shibuya. No problem. I had some question for this geezer, but he's not waking up anytime soon. So they knocked that cursed user guy out. Itadori knocked him out with his punch. We need to meet up with Ino. And Megami says, Ino! He screams. And he uses his peacock eagle looking technique. And in that moment, Itadori goes to him. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, let me go back a little. Anyway, sorcerers can now move freely in Shibuya. I had some questions for this geezer, but he's not waking up anytime soon. We need to meet up with Ino. And they look up. Ino is falling down from the building. The Zenin looking guy that he fought punched him so hard that he is now falling. And Megami says, Ino! And he activates his eagle owl looking technique to save Ino. But Itadori was able to get to Ino. Right? Itadori catches him. And at this point, Ino looks pretty beat up. He looks very beat up. And the camera goes to the tower. The Zenin looking guy is still on top of the tower with the granny looking down. And he says, there goes the curtain. What now, grandma? What now? And the granny says, Satoru Gojo still isn't around. It's not a problem. You go down and keep killing sorcerers. Grandchild? Hey, old hag. Who the hell do you think you are giving orders to? And this Zenin looking guy looks over to the grandma, and the grandma looks at him, and the grandma gets up for the very first time, stands on her 2 feet, and she says, what's going on? I only summoned the body's information. Summon? Oh, gotcha. My rule is never to summon the soul's information to avoid this exact worst case scenario. I am not, and the Zenin looking guy looks up and says, I am not exactly sure what's going on, but my body is special. I would say this guy's soul lost to my body. Hmm. The soul lost to the body? The grandma says, it's not possible. Kill sorcerers. Huh? And this Zenin looking guy says, I guess that includes you. Oh, this Zenin looking guy that was summoned by the grandmother goes after the grandmother, grabs her by her hair, and punches her. And the camera goes off real quick because I'm not sure if but he punches her so much that the necklace that the grandma has shatters, you know? And the camera goes off and goes to the ground where, and someone says, how is he here? Can't say he's okay, but he's not dead. And Megami says, I'm gonna knock him out. Itadori, I get it, but calm down. Think about our priority. Gojo sensei. Megami continues to say, the curtain's gone, and those guys up there might have already fled. We have to get Ino out of here. So Itadori wants to go and get revenge. He wants to go to the rooftop, but Megami told him not to, that the curtain has been lifted and those guys might have fled, that they have to consider their priority and get Ino out of here. And Megami continues to say, I will leave Ino to you. I am heading to the station, he says. Right? That's actually the best move. I'm going at it alone in Shibuya right now. Fine, but if you die, I will kill you, Itadori says. Right. And no worries, dude. I have got Machimaru with me. Even though Machimaru hasn't been responding for a while. Didn't you forget? I will see you later. Right. So at this point, Fushiguro and Megami and Itadori separates. 9:44 p.m. Tokyo Metro's Shibuya station near exit 13 outside the curtain. And the camera goes to Nanami at this point. And Nanami sees someone lying on the ground. And the camera goes off and goes to on the railway where Mai and her brother, or Mimi and her brother, are. 10:02 p.m. Tokyo Metro between Jamiya and Shibuya. And we see Mimi's brother, young brother, sitting on this weird looking cursed spirit or cursed. You know what my curse technique is, don't you? It's the ability to control crows. That's it. And we see Mimi fighting this cursed spirit. It's weak, right? Because of that, I have been training since I was young to be effective even without a curse technique. This is Mimi saying this. And she continues to say, it was worth it. Now I can stand here and say I dominated you because of it. And this cursed spirit or mutated human being looking says, what? I will live, so just quit. And the camera goes to Mimi's brother and he says, shh, quiet. My sister is still speaking. And Mimi continues to say, I told myself that a sorcerer's word isn't in their cursed technique. But then I reached my limit. My physical and my physical ability and using cursed energy to enhance one's body. It's not like it keeps improving forever. I was crushed, but because of that, I was able to go back and master my cursed technique. And I have bloomed into the grade 1 sorcerers I am today. And the younger brother starts clapping for her. Starts clapping for her older sister. And he looks at the mutated looking human and says, applaud. And the weird mutated human starts applauding and starts clapping as well. And Mimi says, okay, time to die. And the mutated human looking says, what? I just wanted to kill someone. I just wanted to kill some time by talking. Mimi says, okay, time to die. The cursed spirit or mutated human looking says, what? And Mimi said, I just wanted to kill some time. I just wanted to kill some time by talking. And the mutated human cursed spirit says, I am so sorry. And he kneels down, bends his head, bows at Mimi, and he says, I will stop making trouble, so please spare my life. And Mimi looks at him and says, do you know what life's value is in proportion to? And Mimi's brother says, of course, it is value. Its value is in proportion to how useful it is to you, sister. And the mutated human says, well, hehe, thanks. And the fact that you can't immediately answer as a murderer is the reason why you lose. By the way, service potential is life itself for me. Service potential is the future. Service potential is the future benefits that an asset can be expected to bring. This concept is not applicable to humans, probably. Now, that's something on the side that they put there, but let's continue to the main reading. And the brother says, sister, yeah, it seems like this curtain has been lifted. And indeed, the curtain has been lifted because the railway area, there's lights shining through it now. Just thinking about how much a favor to Sutaro would cost gets my heart racing. And the camera goes to Geto at this point, and he says, quicker than I thought. So Geto also notices that the curtain has been lifted. So at 9:40 p.m., the camera goes to Kogosaki and the other girl. At 9:40 p.m., this is what they were doing. Stop, Nita. Oh, a girl this time. I am so happy. So Kogosaki and Nita runs into this girl. And the girl says, I was getting tired of running only into guys. And Kogasaki says, "Hide, Nita. I will end this quickly." And she brings out her hammer, her small hammer, and that brings us to the end of chapter 98. Now, chapter 99. I have never, sorry, chapter 99. I never have, I never have, and never will be frustrated by my own uselessness. And the camera goes to this Zenin looking guy and Nanami and another guy that is lying on the ground. And someone says, or probably Nanami thinking in his head, because right now he's picturing Zenin's body or Zenin's face or something. I am just in the face of the evils of this world, he says. Okay, thanks, Mr. Smokey, for clearing that out. That's Toji Zenin. He came back to life. Oh, it's gonna be a shit show here. But the fact that this man came back, I feel sorry for anyone who is against him right now. So let's continue. I am just. How dare they? Jujutsu Kaisen, Chapter 99, The Shibuya Incidents, Part 17. And we see this special grade or curse spirit being separated into two. And I believe Maki says Ichiji. Like she says Ichiji. And the girls, Kogasaki and the other girl says it surrounded like he was attacked. It sounded like he was attacked while calling Niata. And it was probably after he split up with Fushigoro's group. So if he's alone, it could be bad news. And the camera returns back to where the mutated humans are eating the humans that are still alive. Even the ones that are dead, they are eating anything that they can see. And Miki says, or Maki says, Nobara, you take Akara with you to Ichiji's location. We can assume that idiot Satoru wouldn't lose. But this situation is starting to feel off. This situation is starting to feel off. Feel, to feel off. We can't use our phones. The assistant managers are critical. I will take care of things here from now. For now. And the camera goes to this old looking guy. That old geezer's no help. Hey, booze, ignore him. And Maki looks at him and says, just ignore him. Surprisingly, being outside the curtain probably makes it easier to run away when it comes down to it. I am so happy. I was getting tired of running only into guys. Okay, the camera comes back to where we left off, to Nobara, Kogasaki, and Nita. Hide, Nita. I will end this quickly. pretend like you are hiding in Boku Mara, but then go through Tokyo. Tokyo. Judging by what he's saying, he probably took down Ichiji. We have to hurry, right? Don't overdo it, Tokusaki. And this guy or this girl says, about what? I wonder. And this guy launches his sword towards Nobara. Okay. Thanks for clearing that up. Mr. Smokey. The guy that Nanami was looking at, his corpse at the morgue, that's Hibura, dead body. Yeah, Hibura's dead body looks a lot like Zenin's body, to be honest. You know, Hibura looks like Zenin. And at this point, Kogasaki starts fighting this guy. And the guy says, "Shush, are you hiding?" Using a cursed tool, even if you possess a cursed technique, usually means you are a mid-ranged fighter. Time to get in there. Are you some kind of idiot throwing away your weapon like that? This is Nobara saying this. And Nobara attacks this guy. Yikes! We have met before, haven't we? He said. Nope. Don't think so. Huh. So she's not actually hiding. And Nita, so at this point, this guy knew what he was doing. He threw that sword, and that sword is going after Nita, the one Kogasaki told to hide. This guy leaves Kogasaki Nobara and chases after or goes after Nita. And as he's going after Nita, Nobara goes after him. So Nobara is chasing him while he's going after Nita. And at this point, it looks like that sword is able to get to Nita, and Nita is down right now. She's bleeding, she's injured. And Nobara calls her, Nita! And at that moment, this guy closes in on Nita and kicks her. And Nobara screams, "Why you?" Nobara goes after him. And this curse user grabs his sword and swings it at Kogasaki. And Kogasaki says, "What? Isn't that the sword that was dropped from before? Why did it fall from above?" She asked. And she used her hammer, but it looks like before she could react, the sword caught her, I think. Yeah, the sword caught her around her side left thighs, or to my right, around her right left thighs, but it's actually the left side of her left thighs. And she says, "A shallow cut." And the sword crunches its fist and comes after Nobara again, and Nobara evades it. Or it looks like the punch got to her, actually. The punch clubs her, and she goes down. on her knees. And Kogosaki says, this guy keeps hitting the perfect spot with precision. And the guy says, got you. The guy says, got your brain rattled? Can't stand up? Hey, can you stand up? Hey, you've got a lot stronger since we last met, haven't you? I barely recognize you. The guy continues to say, but we don't live in a world where you win just by being strong, especially when you are up against a cursed technique. And the guy says, the cursed techniques guy said, that said, I am not exactly sure what. I am not exactly sure what. Welcome back. My technique is about either. I don't get that, guys, but let's keep going. Now then, who to kill first? Need to talk? Buy some time? What are you guys after? Don't know. They said it has something to do with sealing Sutara Gojo. I am asking you. Oh, me? Think about this. What if a person who loves soccer were to be born into a world without it? This is so great. It's so much fun. Now this guy is really having some fun here. But let me go back and read it again. Think about this. What if a person who loves soccer were to be born into a world without it? No, wait, that's a bad example. Anyways, who cares about a reason? This is so great. It's so much fun. Who cares as long as I am having fun? He doesn't care. And oh my goodness. He cuts Nobra once again. Don't you think so? He slices her back or something. And Nobra is bleeding right now. Stop it. Make me. Stop me. Oh, okay. Alright, guys, let me rephrase that. This guy says, don't you think? Too? And he cuts Nita once again. While Nita is down bleeding, he cuts her again. And Nobra says, stop it. And this curse technique guy says, make me. Make me stop from committing any more shins. Oops. I bit my tongue. And Nobra gets up on her 2 feet. Amen. Sorry, my throat. Nobra is looking at him, and the guy says, look at you. You can barely stand. And he swings at Nobra, and Nobra dodges it. And he closes in on Nobra. And at this point, he swings to Nobra. Nobra dodges it. And at that point, a camera goes on someone's footsteps. At that point, the camera focuses on someone's footstep. And the curse technique guy looks over. And it is none other than Nanami. Nanami shows up looking at this guy with curiosity in his eyes, with seriousness. And the curse technique guy says, I can't remember. Is it okay for me to kill non-black suits too? And that takes us to chapter 100. Chapter 100. So the curse technique guy is looking at Nanami, and Nanami doesn't have a black suit. Not a black suit. Is it okay to kill him? He asked. And he's looking at Nanami, and Nanami brings out his the stuff that he wears when he's about to fight. He wraps his hand up with some weird looking wrap. And Nobra says he came with Fushiguro to Shibuya. Nanami-san. And Nanami walks towards this curse technique guy. And the curse technique guy said, no, no, read the situation, man. Why are you acting on your own? I have still got this girl as a hostage. And in that moment, Nita was able to use the stairway that is moving to separate, like to get separation of this curse technique guy. And he says, huh? Oh, she got away. And in that moment, Nanami closes in on this guy. Nanami is behind him. And he looks over, and Nanami is there looking at him. And he said, your allies where? Your allies where and how many? And he says, don't know. He swings at Nanami, and Nanami activates some type of a barrier or some type of ominous wall. And the curse technique guy says, huh? So he kicks at that wall, and it seems like Nanami used it as a shield. And he says, huh? He didn't move an inch. This doesn't feel like kicking a human at all. And I believe Nanami says, speaking of that, he wasn't okay. He says, this doesn't feel like kicking a human at all. Speaking of that, he wasn't cut. Your ally, and Nanami at this point is holding his leg, and he says, your allies, where and how many? Nanami is not playing right now. He just want to know the location on where to go save Satoru Gojo. Right? He asked him again, where and how many? And the curse technique guy says, don't know. Don't know. And Nanami punches him. Punches him so hard that it sends this guy flying. And he hits the wall on the other side. And Nobura looks over and says, wow. And this guy gets up back in his 2 feet. His nose is bleeding. He's bleeding from his mouth. He's bleeding from his eyes. And he continues to come towards Nanami, and he says, too close. I would be dead if it wasn't for my technique. Gotcha. And Nanami goes after him again, grabs him by his hair, and asks him, your allies. Right now, Nanami, oh my goodness, Nanami is in beast mode right now. He is showing no remorse, no emotion. He's showing no expression right now. No feelings. He says, your ally, where and how many? And the curse technique guy says, I told you, I don't know. He hits this guy in the guts. Nanami punches him in the guts, and the impact of this was able to make a dent on the wall. Oh my goodness. And this guy coughs out a huge blood, like blood coughs out, he spills out blood from his mouth, and his eyes lit up while he's coughing out blood. And Nanami crunches his fists again. And at this point, this guy, the curse technique guy, summons his sword again, and the sword is going after Nanami. And let's see here. And it seems like Nobara was able to interfere and hits the sword. And Nobara said, don't even think about it. So Nobara interfered and hit and used her hammer and hit the sword. And at this point, Nobara, you know how she throws her nails up, summons her power, and hits that nail, and the nail pins the sword on the wall. And she says, don't even think about it. And the curse technique guy says, hey, read the mood. Or a lot of the support staff, and at this point Nanami is grabbing him by his neck and he's about to deliver another solid punch, like and he says a lot of the support staff were murdered on the way here. That was your okay. Nanami grabs him by the throat and says a lot of the support staff were murdered on the way here. That was your doing, right? And this guy is looking at this guy, blood coming out of his eyes, out of his nose, out of his mouth, looking at Nanami. Oh, ha ha ha, yes, I am sorry. And Nanami punches him so hard at this point. Like it didn't even, like the scene didn't show the point, but that something happened that forced Nobara's eyes to lit up. Nobara is surprised at this point, like what the hell? Nanami didn't talk to Nobara at all. He pulls off his sleeves and continues to walk away, I think. No, he rolls up his sleeves. And we see this guy, this curse technique guy, he has been maimed. He has been whooped so bad that I'm not sure if he's still alive. He's out of it. And Nanami rolls up his sleeve. What a difference in power. This is a grade 1 sorcerer. So Nobara is saying, what a difference in power. This is a grade 1 sorcerer. And Nanami says, go meet up with Nita-san. And the camera or the dialogue goes to Itadori running. He's running and he looks below. He's on top of the bridge and he looks below. These mutated humans are still chasing after because the curtain has been lifted. So these mutated humans are now outside, including the couple of humans that are still alive, trying to get there, trying to get away from them. And Itadori says, that's way too many. I can't let them be, but I don't have time to save everyone. What do I do? The train station, Gojo Sensei, I am so close. And he looks down and he sees Mentakiko, that phrase. And this guy, Numukai Senpai comes out and says, "Peace, Salmon. I will leave it to you." Itadori says, "Salmon, Salmon," and Numuka responds, "Salmon, Salmon." And the camera goes to, and then we see 2210 Itadori Yuji heads for Shibuya Station, and the camera goes on Choso. At this point, the camera goes on Choso. And that brings us to the end of chapter 100. Now, if you guys want me to keep reading, I will keep reading. I'll keep going. If you guys want to stick around, let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you want me to keep going. If you have somewhere to go, then you can let me know. But if you guys, I can go till 105 if you guys want. At least till 105. You know what? Let me just go till 105. Let me update this here. Let me update the stream. Thank you, Leon. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for joining. I'm going to keep going to 105, but I'm updating the stream right now. Okay, the stream has been updated. Let's keep going. And if you guys know anyone that would be interested in Jujutsu Kaisen, you can send them the link of this stream so that they can join us. So let me update here to 101. So Ichiji is okay. So at this point, Nobara and Nita has they are okay now. They're sitting down and Nanami is talking to them. So Ichiji is okay. I did what I could, and don't forget, he was once training to be a sorcerer as well. Phew. Anyway, it seems your group was not aware of the situation with Gojo. Jujutsu Kaisen Chapter 101 Shibuya Incident Part 19. We headed straight indoors. That's probably why we didn't hear anything. Nita says, the fact that he's still hanging on even after being sealed is so like Gojo. You two, please wait here for rescue. I will be joining the Zenin's group and heading down to B5F. Nanami tells Nobara and Nita to wait here for rescue, that he will be going to B5F. And Kogosaki says, me too, no? You need to be at least a grade 1 sorcerer, Nanami said, for the upcoming fights. You would only get in the way. Wait here. And the camera goes off and goes to Mei Mei and her brother. My word, you. And the camera goes to okay, after Nanami told Nobara and Nita to wait here for rescue, the camera goes to this tunnel, this railway tunnel, and we see someone coming. He's in the shadows coming towards Mei Mei and her brother. And Mei Mei says, my word, you. And it's Geto. Geto say, Mei, it's been too long. You have guts saying that after sending an assassin my way. Geto, I had my money on you over Gojo, you know? And I have my money on you over Gojo, you know? And your charming nihilistic smile Gojo alone could kill every human in this country if he wanted to. There is no way he would be that pretty and join forces with Geto. The fact that I have to squash such potential is a shame. Special grade disease curse. Smallpox deity. Unfortunately, I used all the cursed spirits I had at my disposal last year. Cursed spirit manipulation. Maybe I'm wrong. I assure you that quality hasn't suffered though. And Geto says, I would like to leave the humans at B5F as they are. I will be waiting for you there by the rails. If you can exercise that, I will be your next opponent. So at this point, Mei Mei and her brother are now in a fighting stance. And Geto leaves behind this cursed spirit for Mei Mei to deal with, because he doesn't want to waste his time dealing with Mei Mei at this point. And Mei Mei says, I believe Mei Mei says, domain expansion? This could be trouble. And the young brother says, sister, I am trapped. And she looks and said, a coffin? Grave. And at this point, this huge, like, I don't know what to make it. I don't know what to make of this. Traps, like, comes from the ground and comes from above and hits the ground, covering Mei Mei. And at this point, Mei Mei's brother, young brother, his eyes lit up. He is shocked at what is going on. He can make up what is about to happen. And in that moment, an explosion happened. Let me see. In that moment, Mei Mei used her axe and shattered that that coffin that wanted to lock her up. And she says, I wonder how long it's been since my life has been in danger, even for a moment. And the camera goes to Tokyo line, Fukatsushin line, and the camera goes to Itadori. Hope I'm going the right way, he says. There is nobody here. Weren't there supposed to be a ton of people trapped down here? And as Itadori makes his way down, he runs into Choso. ah. Hmm. Itadori runs into Choso. And Itadori looks at Choso. He's surprised. Who is this guy? Because I don't think Itadori has ever seen him before. And Choso looks at him with a weird, who is this guy? Who is this? And Choso said, Yuji Itadori. And he says, my brother's dead. Convergence. Blood manipulation cover. Blood manipulation convergence. With a technique which blood is compressed and condensed to its limit. And at this point, Choso is about to attack Itadori. He is about to use his technique. The condensed blood of convergence is shot through a single point. The blood, now reinforced with cursed energy, is said to reach the speed of sound. This blood manipulation secret technique is known as piercing blood, and he shoots it towards Itadori, and Itadori sees it coming but didn't have much time to avoid it. He shields his face with his two hands, and the purest blood hits him right here, hits his forearm, and he says, crap, it's gonna get tough, and blood spills out. Psst, oh man, blood spills out, and he says, gah. Convergence, piercing blood. Itadori goes after Choso, swings at him, and Choso is able to block it with his forearm and his legs. Man, that's a good stance right there. That stance looks pretty good. And Itadori is surprised. Double impact. What a strange technique. And Itadori says, the cut's deep. I can take this pain as long as I know it's coming. But I really can't move my arm anymore. And blood is coming out of that arm, out of his left arm that he used to shield his face. So I will keep attacking with my left. Okay. I will keep attacking with my left. So his right arm has been damaged, and he says he will keep attacking with his left. There is something I want to ask you. Did my younger brothers live any final words with you? Okay. That brings us to the end of chapter 101, chapter 102. Jujutsu Kaisen. Itadori answers, younger brothers? And Choso says, I'm talking about the two you killed. And Itadori reflects back. Oh, this fight is actually gonna happen. And I guess I made a good choice going till 105 at least. Itadori reflects back and imagines Choso and Kichise. Yeah, Itadori reflects back and remembers Eso. Is it Eso or Choso? And Kichise. Not really, but they did cry. Itadori responds, not really, but they did cry. And at this point, Choso, the camera goes on Choso. His face is very like he's angry right now, and he pictures Eso, Kechuzu. Take a good look. This is your older brother. Oh man, Choso is pictures his two dead brothers and says, Eso, Kechuzu, take a good look. This is your older brother. He turns up his ability, and Itadori knows this is not good. He positions himself in a fighting stance, and the camera goes off. The dialogue goes back to this huge looking rock with a rope tied around it with a bizarre design on a grave site. Bury under a gravestone. Start the count. 3. These are the conditions for the domain to take effect. It's a special grade disease curse. Based on my observation of the technique's activation, I am probably right. If I can't escape this coffin within 3 seconds, I will be affected by the disease, by that disease, and die. So this is Mei Mei in this coffin. The camera goes to Mei Mei. And this is what happened when she was trapped inside that coffin, inside that jaw. And in that moment, she used her huge axe and shatters the coffin. This gravestone is the most annoying of all. If I take a couple hits from it, I would be able to move freely. I would rather not fight that pseudo ghetto like that. Let me read that again. I would rather not fight that pseudo ghetto like that. Are you okay? Looks like. Yes, sister. This technique can only hit one person at a time. It probably instinctively chooses the person with the stronger cursed energy and the domain. A single crow got caught inside the domain in order to finish him off. We are gonna have to make the target so I can have time to move freely. But even a single hit by that gravestone would be enough to kill you. Are you willing to die for me? Mimi asks her younger brother. It will be my pleasure, he says, if you would allow me to, sister. So at this point, the young boy, Mimi's younger brother, is standing face to face with this cursed spirit. And he says, my sister suppressed her cursed energy. At the same time, I released mine. At the same time, I released mine. I get it now, sister. Mimi strikes this cursed spirit, hits. She goes after this cursed spirit and cuts his arm off. Clean cut. When my sister asked if I would, new shadow style, risk my life for her. That meant I am allowed to join. I am allowed to use Jujutsu. Simple domain is responsible for encountering. Sorry, simple domain is responsible for countering domains. I don't like being indebted to anyone. Taking care of the domain is his duty. And as the cursed spirit arm fell off, the cursed spirit screams. That's a special grade for you. They sure do heal real quick. So as the special grade Hams falls off, he screams and heals his hands quickly. And Mimi said, that's a special grade for you. They sure do heal quick. They sure do heal quick. And Mimi attacks it one more time and punt or I don't even know what Mimi did, but it created a huge hole that almost about to split this course grade into two. And this curse grade is bleeding from its mouth. And the crow, okay, I see now. Mimi used her crow technique and attacked this special grade so much that it created a huge hole. And the special grade fails. And Mimi is standing looking down at the cursed grade or the special grade. Do you know the quickest way to rise? Do you know the quickest way to raise your level? She says. Just a Jujutsu sorcerer? Nobody except for Satoru Gojo has ever survived Bird Strike. Now then, everyone. Time for the main act. Are you, and Mimi asks, are you willing to die for me? And her crow is, a lot of crows all around her right now. And Geto comes out and says, not bad for a Jujutsu sorcerers of this era. And that brings us to the end of chapter 102. Now, chapter 103. Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 103, the Shibuya incident, part 21. and the camera goes back to Choso fighting Itadori. And Itadori says, damn it, he's keeping his distance from me. The blood beam is too fast for my chance of dodging. For my chances of dodging it are 50-50. If I were to guess wrong and take one to the head, I would die. And in that moment, Choso continues to shoot that blood beam of his. If that's not the case, then at least I can dictate the timing of when he fires his shot. Taking your feet off the ground, huh? Choso says. You are obviously baiting me, but I will play along. And Choso says, piercing blood. He fires it again. And this time it is heading straight to Itadori's face. And Itadori dodges it, but he scraped his face a little bit, causing blood to come out. But he used that moment and he heads towards Choso to attack him. And Choso says, not bad, but... And Itadori launches a fist towards Choso. I knew it. This technique only moves fast at the beginning. As long as I dodge it, even if it changes directions, I can still get in close. I can still get in close. I will turn this into a fist fight. And Itadori goes after Choso, closes in on him, and about to deliver a blow. And something happens. Choso says, supernova. Itadori goes after Choso to attack him, and he froze. And Choso says, supernova. And something happens, and Choso dodged Itadori's punches, but Itadori, it seems like something happened to him, that blood is just like coming out of his body at this point. Blood is coming out of his back. A lot of blood coming out of his back, and he screams, kick! He's in pain. Blood manipulation supernova. The blood condensed by convergence is released, and then shoot out in every direction like buckshot. And while Choso is talking, he stabs Itadori on the foot. See, I'm trying to depict what is going on here. It's hard to depict right now because the way the drawing is. And Choso says, fighting back with a stabbed foot. Fighting back with a stabbed foot. And Itadori continues to fight back. Man, there is a serious fighting going on right now between Choso and Itadori. It is so ridiculous right now. They continue to exchange fists. These blood orbs he makes before the beam, I gotta stop him from making them. And And Choso makes that bean again, claps his hands again. And Itadori goes out. Okay, there's so many, like, these guys are fighting so fast right now that it is hard to kind of depict what is going on. Choso goes after Itadori at this point, takes him off his feet, like sweeps him off his feet, and while Itadori is in the midair, Choso used his palm hand fist and hits Itadori. Oh, I'm sure that would hurt. That would hurt. That would hurt so bad. It just hits him, clubs Itadori, and that pushed Itadori back, and Itadori hits the wall. And Itadori gets up, and Choso is still doing his thing. Convergence, piercing blood. He shoots it towards Itadori again. And Itadori manages to dodge it, but not really, because he grazed his body. And Choso said, "Shh, I was impotent. I wasn't it wasn't condensed enough." Choso is not happy because the next attack he did wasn't condensed enough. Crap, this guy is strong, Itadori says. Hey, what's going on? So at that point, Machimaru contacts Itadori because, Itadori is still holding Machimaru's gadget, right, with him. Machimaru says, hey, what's going on? And which brings us to the end of chapter 103. Chapter 104. Jujutsu Kaisen, Chapter 104, The Shibuya Incident, Part 22. So Machimaru asks, what's going on? Machimaru, where the hell were you this whole time? Itadori asked. And Machimaru says, conserving energy, there is still something I need to do. And at this point, Choso is like, what the hell is going on up there? Who is he talking to? And Machimaru looks at Choso and says, Choso, blood manipulation. You know it? You know it? Kamo uses the same cursed technique. The third year with the narrow eyes. Then that means I don't know its weakness, huh? Blood manipulation is one of the treasured cursed techniques passed down through the Kamo family line. Whether it's for close mind or whether it is for close mid or long range combat, it's prized for its overall balance. And Choso won't suffer from blood loss, meaning he effectively has no weakness. And Itadori says, well, thanks for the useful info. And at this point, Choso strikes again. Itadori dodges it. And I believe Machimaru says, retreat to the bathroom. I am not sure if this is a weak point. But I have got an idea. I would say there is about 10% chance this works. Sorry, but if this fails, please die gracefully. So Machimaru Itadori wants to try something. Machimaru tells him to escape to the bathroom. Itadori says that he wants to try something, and there is a 10% chance this will work. And Machimaru says, sorry, but if this fails, please die gracefully." And Itadori says, "Well, aren't you nice? At this rate, you will be gradually killed anyway." So at this point, Choso is looking at Itadori, waiting for his next move, and Itadori makes a move. Choso looks at it and says, "What an idiot. You will only find an elevator and the bathrooms back there. No matter where you go, it will be like shooting fish in shooting fish in a barrel." And Choso again does his stuff, piercing blood, shoots it towards Itadori. And he didn't get Itadori this time. And Choso says, "Water? All three of you so full of love for each other. And Machimaru, and so easy to manipulate." And Itadori comes out facing Choso once again, and Choso looks at him. "That was your last chance. Too bad for you. You have got nowhere to run to now, Itadori." In order to increase the technique's effectiveness, and at this point, he does something as following red scale stack. The inexperienced fighter Choso didn't understand what happened, but by keeping his cool, he focused on manipulating the blood within his body. I don't understand the logic. There was no time to ask for the reason behind it. All I know is you're on my turf now. Now, I'm not sure who is saying this, either Itadori or Choso at this point. Now, and in that moment, Itadori is looking at Choso all bruised up, blood coming out of his wounds. He's been beat up right now. And both of them are looking at themselves. Both of them are looking at each other. And something happens again. And water starts coming out of nowhere. Just water splashes up. And Itadori goes in his fighting stance. Choso goes in his fighting stance. And two of them clash. And they're exchanging fists at this point. They're throwing, man, this is a brutal fight going on here. These two are not letting out. They're exchanging blows, exchanging fists. Itadori manages, Choso hits Itadori. Itadori comes right back, kicks him. And Itadori says, "I can win." Just when he thought the win was at hand, making sure it was not exposed to water, while making sure that it would not dissolve, blood embedded and compressed to its very limit would pierce Itadori's liver. Oh, okay, what just happened here, yo? Itadori says, "I can win." And just when he thought the win was at hand, making sure it was not exposed to water while making sure that it would not dissolve, blood embedded and compressed to its very limit would pierce Itadori's liver. Choso manages to deliver a deadly blow to Itadori. Now he pierced his liver. And which brings us to the end on chapter 104. Chapter 105. The Shibuya Incident Part 23. Blood Manipulation. Blood Meteorite. Itadori says, I was too careless. I didn't think there were any more projectiles. This feels different than that time my gut was purest. Huh. Where would I get hit? Crap. He must have gotten a vital internal organ. I am gonna lose. I am gonna die. He didn't finish that word. And something is happening to him. And in that moment, it seems like Sekuno is about to come out. I now understand. Turn fear into cursed energy and clear my mind of all distractions. My role. In that moment, it looks like Sekuno has come out, but I'm not sure, guys. But let's keep reading. For the sake of Fushiguro, Kogasaki, Nanami, and all my upperclassmen, I have to make sure they can get through here to Gojo Sensei. Even if it means dying, I'm gonna take him down. I don't have to be the one to save Gojo Sensei. 3 hits. That was only 3 hits. Excluding the one I blocked. He only hit me 3 times. This is Choso saying this now. Yet, I took so much damage. Even though blood meteorite hardens blood, it doesn't have the speed or power of piercing blood. If that attack hadn't caught him unawares, it probably wouldn't have pierced him. Typically, blood manipulation isn't used to harden blood like with blood meteorite. Blood edge is a process that involves shaping then strengthening the blood's lethality by rotating it at a high speed. Even for a sorcerer who uses blood manipulation, controlling all blood vessel is impossible. By hardening the blood within the body, he is at risk of suddenly developing Tobosis. And at this point, Choso says, "Come!" He tells Itadori to come. In the end, Choso determined that Itadori was the more severe threat. And Itadori continues to Choso and Itadori continues to fight. This fight is intense, yo. The fight continues, and Itadori says from the right, he punches, and these guys are now exchanging fists. And Choso swoops down and about to sweep Itadori's feet once again like he did before. It's low blow. And this time Itadori didn't allow it to happen. Man, there is so much fight going on. There is so much going on here that it is ridiculously incredible. And Choso says, hiding behind the wall after that. And Itadori manages to evade Choso, hides behind the wall. And Choso said, hiding behind the wall after all that. And Itadori comes out with a missile kick on Choso's face. A thunderous missile kick. And Itadori says, I am not done yet. And Itadori says he's staggering because that missile kick took Choso backwards. Like he literally took him off his standing, pushes him backwards. Itadori says, I'm not done yet. Itadori says he's staggering. Itadori goes after Choso again and this time uses palm to punches, like to, I'm not sure what he was trying to do, like uses palm to attack him. I haven't used my left arm since the first hit. He probably thinks that I can't use it anymore. That's why I will use my right as a decoy to land a hit. And Itadori uses his left. And he says, what? That didn't feel right. And at this point, Choso is about to take control of the fight again. He's about to take control of the battle. He raised his fist and hits Itadori with it right on the shoulder. Oh man, that's a deadly blow. And I believe at this point, Sekuno, like Itadori, like there's a design of Sekuno. There's a, like, I feel like Sekuno's is there, but Itadori still has control of what is going on. He haven't passed that yet. He haven't passed that yet. Itadori has turned into his advanced level, but it seems like he still maintains control. Sekuno haven't come out. Sekuno is not out yet. So at this point, Itadori is bleeding from his mouth, from his nose, and Choso hits him in the guts, and Itadori spills out blood, and that hit pushed him, and he hits the wall. Like, what an impact, man! This is, phew. And at this point, he's coughing out blood, and Choso says, "Too bad." Still breathing, huh? He says. When you get to the other side, be sure to ask for my brother's forgiveness. This is what Choso said. Choso tells Itadori, you're still breathing, huh? When you get to the other side, be sure to ask my brothers for forgiveness. And in that moment, the camera goes on Choso's two eyes or his face. At that moment, a memory was born inside Choso's brain of a past event that never happened. Man, I'm gonna keep going, guys, because I want to see how this fight is going to end. Chapter 106. Let me update the stream. I'm gonna keep going because I want to see how this fight is going to end. Chapter 106. When you get to the other side, be sure to ask for my brother's forgiveness. Worthless. My father's forgiveness, worthless. To think you would lose to such an inferior opponent. This is Sekino now. Sekino is inside his domain, just like doing his Sekino stuff, just watching this fight go down. And he says to think you would lose to such an inferior opponent. And in that moment, Choso is looking down on Itadori and he sees a bizarre, he gets a bizarre scene. And something happens to Choso. Choso is screaming his lungs out, and he's running. What happened? He says, "What?" At the moment, a memory was born inside Choso's brain. No, sorry. Choso says, "What?" He's literally scratching his head. He's uncontrollably scratching his head, and he says, "What is this?" At that moment, a memory was born inside Choso's brain of the past event that never happened. And in that past event, we see we get a scene where Choso is sitting at the head of the table. On his left is Itadori and his younger brother, and on his right is the other brother. So Choso, Itadori, Kechuso, and so Chuso, Itadori, Kechuzu, and Eso are sitting in the dining table with a lot of food and drinks. And they are laughing and having fun. Here you go, big bro. Like they are having fun. And Choso, the camera comes back to Choso's face. And he says, "What the hell is this? Why are you there? Impossible. Why?" There he is. He's alive, right? Yeah. And at this point, these two girls comes in and sees Itadori, and let's begin. Sutaro Gojo is sealed. Correct? I hardly believe it. Yes, however, even if he is just a fake, Geto seems to be involved. We can assume that he is the cause of the mystery. I, for one, wouldn't mind letting things be and bearing witness to the decline of the Gojo family. Now this old geezer is saying this, and Maki, I believe, says, "Go home if you're not gonna help." Go home? I would say that's more for you, Maki. I am right. I I would say go home. I would say that's more for you, Maki. Am I right? Grade 1 sorcerer Nanami? Nanami says, Maki, as far as this is concerned, I agree with Nabuti. So I agree with Nayobito. Nayobito. Pretty sure I am more useful than a drunk. You have been drinking? Nanami asked. Not even one sip. Maybe I was better off on my own, Nanami says. And Maki says, Nanami, yes, I see it. Boo hoo! Boo! There seems to be, now they have spotted a cursed spirit or maybe a mutated human. And Nanami says, leave this to me. Nanami brings out his weird weapon that we saw when he fought Mahito. And this thing says, you too are a little too slow. And Nayobito did something and crushes this curse grade or special grade and punches it so hard, and this curse grade or special grade Nabioto punches this special grade so hard that he sent it flying. And Maki says, did you see what happened? Nanami said, no. That was a cursed technique. That was a cursed technique, wasn't it? Even so, that was too fast. And this weird looking mutated human or cursed grade is feeling the pain of that punch. And Nabiotu is looking at it, and that punch that Nabiotu punched this special grade or curse grade, this curse grade vomited all the bones and skulls of all the civilians that he's been consuming. The punch that Niabuto forced this special grade or this mutated human to vomit all the bones of people it has consumed thus far. And Nabuto smiles. You little, how many did you eat? Man, and you look at piles and piles of bones and skulls. Wow, man. Jugo, Mahito, Nanami, Hana, me? How dare you? How dare you kill Hanami? And Nebuto says, no wonder you were so weak. You were just a cursed womb. And it seems like the cursed grade or the special grade transformed and he's floating up in the air. and he has transformed into what looks like a stronger version of himself. And that brings us to the end of chapter 106. Now, I really want to find out what happened. Let me read one more chapter. Okay, let me read one more because I want to find out what happened between Choso and Itadori. What ended up happening? Because Choso ran away and he is screaming. Something weird happened to him. And in this moment, this special grade versus Naruto is about to go down. One second, guys. Let me go back a little bit. You know what, guys? I'll leave it. I'll just stop it here to 106. I'll end it at 106. Because the fight between this old geezer and this weird looking creature is about to go down now. But what I want to know, let's go back a little bit. Okay, we're going to stop at 106, guys. Chapter 106. The next stop will be probably from chapter 107 and onwards. So we're going to stop at chapter 106 here, simply because, you know, um, yeah, let's stop at chapter 107. I mean, on the next upcoming stream, we will start from 107 and onwards. So it's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this live stream. If you guys have any comments whatsoever, you can feel free to ask me. If you want to have a discussion, you can feel free to let me know. If you want to talk, if you want to ask me anything, feel free to fire off. Or feel free to let me know what you like about the stream, what you like about what is going on thus far. Um, and this will be the only manga that I will be reading today because I've decided to read one manga per day so that way I will give it my all, because I noticed that when I read the second manga of the day, I've already I'm already burnt out, and you know, and I'm sure you guys have stuff that you gotta do. So that's why I've chose to read one manga per day, so that way, um, you know, I will reserve my strength and my energy for the next following manga of the day. At least for now. Tomorrow, I mean, in the future, I might change my plans and read 2 mangas per day. But for now, I'm going to start reading 1 manga per day. Yeah, thanks, Leon. Thanks, Leon, for commenting. Much appreciated. Thanks, Leon. One thing I like about this manga is the fact that, that is, if you, for most of us that have watched the anime, I watched the anime reading the manga. I can still get the same feel from the anime in the manga, right? The fighting scenes and everything that is happening, I can just imagine myself watching the anime, even though this is manga reading. And it's been great. So it's been great thus far, reading Jujutsu Kaisen, and we got more mangas to read in the future. You can rest assured know that there is more manga coming in the future. Um, some good anime will be coming out next week, and maybe you can check them out. What anime is coming out next week? Do you guys know of any anime coming out next week, and when? Is it a continuing anime or a fresh anime? Chainsaw Man. So that's an anime. Chainsaw Man. Okay. Chainsaw Man, what type of anime is it? Like, yeah, I'll check out the manga whenever I have a chance. But how soon is this anime coming? When will it air? Okay, no problem. You can feel free to comment on this stream when you find out. And you can also message me if anything. Oh, Chainsaw Man is currently a manga, which will be coming out this year. Okay, in summer. Okay, that's a good thing then. When you get information on that, please feel free to let me know. And Leo, I see that you haven't gotten your membership yet. What are you waiting for? and Mr. Smokey as well. What are you waiting for, if I may ask? Oh, so the manga is already out and the anime will be released this year. Okay. Now, in the meantime, I want to thank each and every one of you um, for joining me on this manga reading Jujutsu Kaisen. And okay, because it will be good. It will be appreciated if you get your membership, because then you will have access to the exclusive content, exclusive information. And I know it's something that I just started. It's freshly new, but as time progresses, it's going to get better. Trust me, it's going to get better. And I know that I have fans that enjoys gaming, that would like to see me play more games, more gaming in the future, that would like to see me do more stuff in the future. And I also want to use this opportunity to let everyone know that is watching this. If you have subscribed to this channel, thanks for subscribing. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. But please do get your membership. And if one of you out there would like me to check out a TV show series, their favorite TV show series, you can go get your membership and select that option. And in future coming, I will be doing live stream for membership only, so that way I can be able to discuss the progress of the channel only with my exclusive members, because I believe that there are certain things we need to be discussing that some people or other people will not have access to, to have our own separate thing where we can discuss stuff and on how to move forward with this channel. And I believe that it will be beneficial to the channel. You should make an anime tier list. Like, when you say an anime tier list, what do you mean? Like, make a video of an anime tier list? Oh, okay. A video of me ranking all the animes I have ever watched. Yeah, that could be a good, nice video. I'm sure that video would be a good video. Yeah, probably. I'll probably be doing that soon, but I'm not sure for now, but probably soon. Probably soon. All right, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. Much appreciated. On that note, continue to stay safe, stay classy. There is an anime tier website. Okay, you can paste it on the comment section of this stream. Okay, you can paste it on the comment section of this stream, or after this stream is done, and I will look at it and see if the website or anime tier list website, if they depicted the tier properly. But to be honest, naming or having an anime tier list, if I'm just gonna make a video and say, oh, this is my anime tier list, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, knowing the fact that I have watched a lot of animes thus far, I think it will be hard to decide which is number 1 and which is number 2. Number 1 and at least the top 3 tier anime will be the hardest to make. My top 3 tier animes, it will be hard to say which are the all-time favorite top 3. That decision is hard for me to make because every anime is different. Every anime gives you a sense of different feel. Like it gives you a different feel. And also depending on where you are in life when you watch that anime, it's very different. Very, very different. All right, guys. I know I've said this. Probably this is the third time I'm saying it. Continue to stay safe, guys. Thank you for joining me. Stay classy.